if you can hear me at all. Is it on? Oh. Wow, now I feel so stupid. I have only been doing this for how many years now, and I just realized that I was talking here and I didn't press the go live button in the other window. I just pressed it on OBS, so this might seem really weird. Oh god. Okay, so I'm gonna monitor my own sound a little bit with these first before we get started, and I'm gonna explain that previous part once more. Now I should be alive. Am I alive? I hope I'm live. Okay, now I can see that life is happening. Wow, that's an absolute train wreck of a start, but yeah. The only way up, the only way from this is up. So this is the base builder, and I'm just slapping in some colors to kind of get myself, I don't know, to give myself some ideas. I'm gonna do the apology again, even though I already did it here by myself in this room. So in the previous live stream, somebody commented, who is a member, that it would be nice if I made the palettes downloadable for members before I actually go live, which is absolutely a reasonable and a smart idea. And I'm definitely gonna do that, but the truth is that this palette came together like seconds before this whole thing happened, so I might even like tweak some swatches still. Everything else also came together at last second. Also, I'm gonna actually do this. And go to properties and make sure that it doesn't have any audio to it. Is it this media source? Okay, so I think for this I can turn off the audio. Okay. Okay. Let's start painting something. I'm gonna use extra drag bristles, which is a very like oily, goopy brush, especially when I have colors on the same layer. It's gonna show that in brighter contrast. So you can get those sort of like bristle look, especially when you are lightly sliding over existing paint. But at the same time, if you press harder, you can just get that full coverage as well. But when you're using this brush, I think the greatest advantage is that you can practice the direction of your brush strokes, because it's very evident in all of the brush strokes that you do with this. And anytime you want to kind of mix colors on canvas, using the brush strokes on the same layer enables you to mix colors in a very like organic way, and that kind of makes every single brush stroke very unique. This is one of those things that I love about these oil brushes, is that they kind of make you make decisions on the go when you're painting, and there are so many combinations of like in what order your colors are stacked on your painting to what the outcome ends up being, is that you never have like all of the information in the beginning. So the beauty of this brush is that, at least for me, it helps me kind of like think on my feet, and it keeps the painting process exciting, because I don't want to be one of those people who like exactly wants to create like an image in my head and transfer that on the canvas. I'm aware that a lot of the magic in the painting comes from like transferring that idea into like actual painting format that is fitting on a canvas, and it does have boundaries, unlike your imagination. Your imagination and your vision doesn't come with like frames for the painting, but your painting does need to fit into a 2D plane. Okay. At this point, I have to ask that, does the music sound okay compared to like the microphone levels? Is my camera a little bit up? Okay, now it's pointed, but I'm blue for some reason. Oh dear God. What if I do this? No, still blue. If I do this, maybe I should show a blue object to it. Would that like reset the white balance? Yes, that's the trick. I need to have something blue in every stream. I'm gonna show what that video, by the way, is just playing at 200% speed. So it's very short video clip played this way. That is because I put this together in 27 minutes after I just ran 16K. I'm gonna put this into multiply blend mode. In fact, I'm gonna try to extract the useful bits first. Select this. This is the SketchUp logo. Sharper lines. They're not like 100% aligned, but it's close enough. Like, it's completely useless for the final painting anyway. It's just gonna give me some kind of like direction for this. Why do I see white and not the background? Okay. By the way, those super ugly headphones, they are the ones that I use for running. That's why they look like they are some kind of props from a zombie movie. They're absolutely disgusting, but somehow they are still functioning even though I've been running in the rain. I ran in the rain today as well. Combination of these reds and grays is kind of like getting me to that brick color that I'm looking for. Maybe there could be a little bit of like warmer bounce light from below. I thought this could be interesting way to do something a little bit different, since I usually do like very widescreen paintings in almost all of these live streams to fill up most of the screen. But today I thought that like let's just do something vertical. So I made this very simple box house. I thought I can paint it more interesting later. This is the shadow side. I'm brushing the shadows into a little bit more simple form and creating a layer mask. So for this I'm gonna be filling it with black. Now I could do like one more Gaussian blur. And then on the mask, try and paste this. Now if I just drop in a generic shadow color, it in theory should be filtered through that layer mask. So maybe like this could be a swatch that could be close to an overall shadow color in this setting in the beginning. I can always tweak this, since this is a flat color right now on one single layer. And you can see that I'm already getting like definition of those three-dimensional forms. Hello Juhei, Silvenka, a tired Finnish dad. I think this is the third stream that I've seen tired Finnish dad. I was a pretty like tired Finnish guy earlier. After the long run, I was just I was absolutely freezing because like after the 16 kilometers, I went to pick up Vivi from her daycare. She had been playing with a dog called Mörkö, which is like a monster name for Finnish fantasy creatures. Tired Finnish dad, you can please translate that better than I can. Anyway, I was absolutely freezing because I was in these like thin running clothes, and it had been first pouring down raining on me, and then just like absolute blizzard hail wind against my like wet tired body. And after I got Vivi there, I was literally carrying her on me like just a way to keep myself warm, and Vivi was just like, what's happening? Like, why can't I walk like all the other normal dogs? Why do you have to be so weird? And it's just like absolute hypothermia. Managed to get myself here. Maybe I should do these accents on a separate layer and just start working smartly from the beginning, and rather than being an idiot. I don't know if you have this, but as an artist, I'm absolutely like just crap at estimating how much time something will take, because I had so much music lined up for a new playlist, and I thought like after I've done a 3D modeling and I've done a palette and set up the audio and everything, I can still do a playlist mix. After all that, absolutely did not happen. Honestly, this music is probably better than I could have scraped together in that time frame. At this point, you might be wondering what's happening here. Well, like, what is the 3D thing? Like, this is a very simple SketchUp model. By the way, for all the members, there is a very comprehensive SketchUp tutorial on how to do all of the basic shapes, for example, all of the different types of like house rooftops, and literally every single feature of SketchUp that I use, I am showing in that tutorial. So please check that out. It's very, very helpful if you ever are working on a complex, for example, a RPG town scene where you really want to, especially if you have like multiple small houses and you want to create that sort of like organic not grid structure to the town, but like all kinds of different angles to the houses. You can do that with vanishing points. It will just take absolute eternity. So unless you're one of those people who needs to like hand do absolutely every perspective thing, and it's the cool thing about your art, absolutely, like use 3D. Having like very simple 3D skills is not as intimidating as it might sound, because you only really need to do like very simple boxes, and then you can draw and paint on top of that basically whatever. It's like your own custom play boxes, and then you can get to play around with lights on that. Oh my god, tired Finnish dad is now part of the angry mob. That's amazing. Welcome to the extremely hateful group. I don't know why I said that. I am so tired. That was the long run of the week, and I don't know why I did that, because I just did the long run of last week. It's just not smart. I think throughout this stream you will just see me like gradually lose my mind. The clouds are like way too bright. Don't love that. Did I think of this as my shadow color? Like that is so bright. Also, if you're curious about like what SketchUp even is, SketchUp is a program that Google made ages ago, and their whole idea was that like they wanted to create basically a 3D program that I've always described to my friends as like a 3D program that even your grandmother can use, and that's exactly the level of 3D that I need for concept art, because I'm not a 3D modeler. I have like zero interest in ever becoming so good at 3D that I can replace my painting skills with that. So with 3D, I'm always like looking for what can I do to do the absolute minimum to get my painting. I think I could like put that whole thing on once more. I think it's this one. Yeah. Because at the end of this modeling process, you will see as I'm rotating and duplicating some of the thinner pieces around, that this is absolute like garbage 3D. It's just basically like smoke and mirrors to look a certain way from only this like one single angle that I knew that I wanted my painting to be in. So absolutely at every single point in the game, I am thinking that, can I do this faster by painting? And if I can do it by hand faster, then it's not worth the effort. Like basically like anything intricate, anything decorative, organic, I can do it faster by hand. So like if I can help that process by setting myself, for example, a guideline. For example, here you see that like I didn't do any of the windows here. I just added a box with a tool that allows me to like precisely put them on a even place on both planes of this surface. So I just did that, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna paint that faster, then I can model it. And for the purposes of like creating this environment idea, that's all I need. So it's just like done, continue with more important tasks. I usually like starting from the sky because it kind of sets the mood and time of day, and it gives me so much information about where to go from here with the smaller elements. And I think sky is a pretty safe place to start from because it's so easy to modify later on. If I, for example, am not happy with the placement of these clouds, or if I want to add birds somewhere flying over there and the white is too overpowering so that their silhouettes don't read anymore, then all I need to do is just like slap in the clouds into a different place. That really doesn't take that long. It's a pretty low risk area. Overall, I think if I have like one thing that I'm pretty good at this point, that I don't feel weird saying, is that I have this pretty high tolerance for just starting over. Like if something doesn't work, like I don't abandon my paintings when they don't work out. I'm just like, okay, that didn't work. I put so much effort into painting that one area that way. Then like if I don't like the painting at this stage, I might as well like do some very drastic changes, move around very core elements, even if it means absolutely bulldozing over hours and hours or even days of work from earlier. Because if it's not making the painting any better, it's not worth more than what the painting has still potential to become. Because clearly, I don't think it has reached it yet. Tired, angry Finnish dad. Hey Mikko, if I'm not mistaken, you were working on some landscape courses. Yes. One huge landscape course. But I'm pretty sure that the dark fantasy castle will be released before that. It's just so much video footage material that it's gonna take me a second to go through. I wonder if I could use that blue swatch for these. Not sure. Maybe a combination of these could work. The next thing that I'm gonna start working on is definitely the landscape course, but I can't do multiple things at once because then I've noticed that like just absolutely nothing feels like it's progressing, and it's incredibly just like mentally draining. So right now I'm gonna do the best that I can do with the dark fantasy side, and then continue to landscapes. I only need to do the edit and then the product is basically done. So and I'm very happy with the way that that painting turned out. So I am quite motivated to finish that. whole thing be a little bit taller. I don't have a ton of layers to work with here, but with a little bit of verticality could make the entire shape of the house a little bit more unique. Tired Finnish Dad is saying, I've spent countless hours on your YouTube videos and courses on Gumroad. Learned so much more and faster than I ever imagined. Also, the increasing creativity has done so much good for my head. Oh my god. I don't know what to say to that. Tired Finnish Dad will understand this, but like other people in the chat probably won't, but we Finnish people, we take a compliment like a punch in the face. It's if you want to make a Finnish guy speechless, say something nice to them. They like literally do not know how to respond. But thank you, that's very kind of you. There's something about the colors that I like, but like obviously that white area is so distracting right now that I need to get rid of it as fast as possible. I think it has potential. It has potential. That's a kind way to say that I don't like it yet. Let's pick one of the greens. This could be a safe choice since it's not too bright. Maybe this entire thing should be behind the building. It's been some time since I last did one of these like super green skies. For some reason I really like painting like way too green skies. That's pretty much the idea that I had when I created the palette. It didn't really have that much to do with this painting idea. The painting idea really came in when I was blocking in that boxy house. I just wanted the sunlight to catch like different edges of the decorative architecture, and I knew that I can get that feeling really quickly by doing super fast SketchUp blocking. The cool thing about this being on a clipping mask that has a layer mask is that like I can do a whole gradient on it and basically vary level of contrast that it has. And here I can do a bounce light, like just specifically for that part, because the shadow is on its own layer, isolated in this way. And probably the greens are gonna bounce light from here. I love gradients. Gradients are like a cheat code to painting. If your painting is not looking good, just do some gradients and I'm sure it will help. You have any ideas what this palette should be called? Like, I didn't have time to name it yet. I will be uploading the palette and the last palettes to the membership downloads. But this live stream is probably gonna end really late, so I have to be careful of like not promising something insane, because I will probably need to just absolutely crash out after this. I will do it next morning. That I can promise. I'm just like blending it with the layer beneath there and color picking something that will still have like room for me to grow towards those lighter values later. I don't want to paint myself into a corner this early on. I really like those modern houses that combine that sort of like glassy cube-like look with natural landscape surfaces that already exist there, like rock and such. You don't really see that much with these sort of like old buildings. But I was just looking at this like one travel video from Scotland, and there was this like old ruins like structure somewhere on the coast, and it was so fused with the cliffside that it was hard to see like where the cliffside started and where the brickwork that was just like completely eroded into it began. Oh, we have another Angry Mob member. Like, this turned out to be a live stream worth starting. Also, for this new Angry Mob member, I wanna also quickly point out that I have a full tutorial on how to do like all the basic shapes in SketchUp, and basically I'm going through every single tool and function that I use when I'm doing like quick 3D models like these. And SketchUp Make is free. Like I made this in a 100% free web application that anybody, regardless of if you're on Android or Mac, can use. So I think it's a great application because it's not too much of a time investment for anybody. Watching that video tutorial is literally like, I think it was about an hour, because I also wanted to make it like as useful as possible while condensing the time. So you learn like literally everything in 1 hour. And I go through all the functions there as well, if that's something that you are interested in, like even trying. Because it can be super fun. One thing I often also do is like do a very simple like SketchUp model. It could be just like a block in an angle that I like, or do this sort of like guideline loops on the surfaces so that I am aware of the direction of the perspective on all surfaces. It doesn't need to be like architectural detail. That's enough. And then I bring it into like any 2D editing or painting software, put it on a multiply layer and do a few multiply layers on top of each other. You can add like a few pixel Gaussian blur and then do a duplication on multiply, and that will make the black lines super, super thick and black. And then I will print it out on a piece of paper or few pieces of paper and then tape them together, and then I draw through it like with pencil the entire illustration. If you have seen like a very intricate tree house, for example, on my gallery on Instagram, that's how that has been done. Like there were so many like prints that like this entire table was covered in them, and I drew the whole thing with pencil. But the base for the difficult part, that was like this sort of like winding stairs from a very low angle to all of these sort of like diagonal shapes, because the rooftop is very complicated in shape. All of that perspective, super easy. Didn't need to think about that at all. I could just focus on all the storytelling bits when I was doing that painting. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that when you use 3D, I think there's also a huge benefit from not going overboard with it, like not trying to become a 3D modeler and just like leaving it like every time when you feel that, okay, this could be faster if I did it by hand. But it will also look better because you will have all of those like perfect perspective lines, which at some point can start looking like very clinical and almost dead. So, for example, when I do my pencil lines, it doesn't matter that I have like very wobbly hands when I'm drawing, because that just adds that sort of like character to those shapes, and it actually makes it look better. But when you zoom out and look at the big picture, the perspective still works because there is that 3D frame underneath it all. I'm just gonna check where that shadow was around here. This is one of those shadows that would be like such a puzzle to figure out where it's happening without this guide shadow here. Now very cheaply, it's kind of like tricking the eye into thinking that like the three-dimensional effect of the painting is much more real than it actually is. My god, we have so many angry mob members. Thank you, Andrew, and welcome to the mob to you as well. Also, guys, go and join our Discord. There's a link in the community posts to the Discord. I would love to see your work there. We have tons of art assignments that we have done in the past. All of those are available in the membership library of content. And I was thinking of starting a new study group for the upcoming Sketch Club live streams. We just went through shape language at the end of last year. So for the next study block, I was thinking of doing colors and going through different color harmonies and trying to find kind of survival mechanisms on like how to use the different color harmonies and identifying like what those even are. Because when you are slapping down colors, just planning and like knowing what you're doing can help so much in just understanding what options do you have and what challenges do you have. If you can identify your own like color harmony, like what it is that you have already on screen or what it's close to, then it's easy to follow those templates to kind of know where to take your painting from there. I'm gonna duplicate all of this rock surface, add a layer mask to this, and then do just a very sloppy quick selection over here. Invert it, and now when I'm changing the color of this base, I should be looking for shadow color. Nothing is happening. What did I do? No, I accidentally put it the whole thing black. No, I can't use this invert. I need to do this. Okay. I guess this is the light now. It's gonna be a painting. I'm not worried. Are you worried? You shouldn't be. I get a Western version of a Spirited Away spa house vibe from this one. That's not bad. That's not bad. The bricks are gonna take forever. Don't I have like a brick brush in the Dark Fantasy brush set? Yes. I'm not a big fan of like textured process like this, but I've done so many like hand-painted brick walls that I just can't. No. I feel like it's jail time that I have already completed. I could probably do perspective grid, but I'm just gonna follow these lines that I have on the building itself. Which I suspect is gonna be like just close enough. I'm just checking closer to see that the brick size is okay. I think it is. I forgot a whole floor from this texture. Whoops. I'm getting rid of these extra masks just to keep things like easier for me to manage. It's looking way too sharp, so I might give it a small blur that it will look more natural with the paint brush strokes that I'm gonna use to break up that sort of like pattern look. I don't like it repeating. I think the entire beauty of brick is that it looks so organic and unique at every single point. I'm just slapping in very, very quick blotches here. Make some of those shapes a little bit different. I'm also gonna do this in inverse by adding some of that cement in between over everything. Now that I have all of this variety in here, I can also try if this works well with like different variations of this brick color. I'm just gonna take that brick color and try to find a slightly altered version of it and see if that works. I'm gonna try to find a way to do this so that I don't have to hand paint a billion bricks in this one live stream. I don't think that's a realistic goal to set for myself, even though I think this kind of texturing could be super fun and meditative when I get to it. But I think what I'm trying to say here really quickly is a brick house. I think we get it. That it is. Yes. Let's move on. I'm gonna crunch those two on a same layer as well, and then I'm gonna alpha lock that layer so that I can add kind of like dirtier versions of that same thing over itself. Andrew Bunny Designs Andrew Anyone Designs, okay, now I got that name, is saying, I'm quite happy to be angry with you all. Thank you. We're very happy that you are angry with us. What is that 3D on the tool on the right? Oh, SketchUp, yes. I'm adding few hue variations to this cement grip on the right side wall as well. This is an exceptionally late live stream for me to do. It's, what is it here? 9? That means that I've been only painting for an hour. Okay. I think we're making progress. Silvinka is saying, to me this feels like the spring-summer edition from the Pumpkin Halloween house. I was just thinking about that. today. Did I do a 3D thing for that? No, I think it was just isometric perspective. That took ages. It took so long. But it was fun to work on. Probably I didn't make it in time for Halloween, because usually I'm just always caught off guard by these seasonal things. Like recently I was thinking that I would like to do one of those Year of the Fire Horse things. I had like this whole thing sketched out for it, but it's so late. It's so late for that window that like, does it even make sense anymore? Not that one, but the other pumpkin house. How many pumpkin houses have I done? The big mansion where the human comes to visit the pumpkins. Oh yeah, that one. I think I did that also in a live stream. If I remember correctly, that was a pretty long live stream as well. I remember thinking during that live stream that, oh my god, I'm not I'm not gonna be able to get there. Like, I have no idea, and this has already taken so long. But I'm really happy with the way that that came together. I think in that live stream I had one of those moments like where the entire mood finally started coming together, and it was pretty late in the process. I needed so many like details to get that mood going in that painting, and I just remember like feeling so relieved that like all of that time and all of that effort was actually worth it, because it sure did not seem like it was gonna be worth it for so long in that painting process. And I had just this like growing fear. I never like say that out loud during the stream, because it wouldn't help anything if I'm just saying that like, you guys, I'm feeling absolutely horrified. I have no idea where this is going, and I don't know if this is even gonna be a painting. So to be able to overcome that during that live stream was just a memorable experience for me. So I can't believe that I've done so many pumpkin houses that I can actually get those mixed up now. That's something. That's an achievement. Somebody was asking where the Discord is. Usually when I do community posts on the membership, there I always like in the end, for example, when there are limited time downloads, I do a post about them, And in those posts, usually at the very bottom, there is also a Discord link. Hello, chat. Well, hello. Bob Symes shook. Wow, Symes shook. Okay, I tried. Is saying that's definitely my greatest weakness, is that I'm impatient and I find it difficult to get past the ugly stage. Yes. Literally everybody struggles with that, so don't feel bad. But now that I did that video on like all the research on brain activity during the creative process, now I know how to get rid of that. Like, you need to just like focus on a small area that you can control, even if it's easy, like maybe like zoom in. Don't worry about the entire composition, even if it's a mess right now, or the colors, even if they're a mess right now. Just do something like this. You can do zoomed in painting session in between your painting session, and then kind of fire up that confidence by making decisions, like small decisions. It doesn't matter how small those decisions are, but they bring all of your design skills back online, and then you can resume painting normally. You don't have to trust me on this. This is not some kind of an hack that I invented. This is actual neuroscience that is pretty recent. In just last few years, this trick has been discovered. Oh, it's not a closed shape. Damn it. What about now? Okay. I think I'm gonna need to do multiple of these elements. So I guess the best thing that I can do for myself right now is start drawing assist in a grid and then do a mirror. So I'm gonna do canvas, drawing guide, edit drawing guide. We are already on a grid. I think the grid size is kind of fine for this. I'm just gonna activate perspective. No perspective. Symmetry. Let's just let it be there. And then start working on these elements. should I control plus this? This might be a risky thing to do, but I'm just gonna try it. Okay. I can see your names better. So Jane J isn't there anymore. Is saying, you know, the hardest part about painting, it's not even technical knowledge, it's that the process is lengthy and it doesn't look good until you have poured several hours in. But doesn't that apply to absolutely everything? Like, isn't everything worth making something that requires actual effort? I mean, really, if you think about it. I mean, if painting was easy, then you wouldn't have that much time to think about what you're doing. And I think the end result would suffer anyway. Like, let's say that you had an amazingly fast ability to just like paint perfectly right away. Just put the exactly right colors where you need them in one go. And then your painting would just be perfect. And you had this very unique ability to do that. I don't think that would allow you to have the distance of time to think about the meaning of what you're doing. At least to me, like the entire essence of a painting, like slowly emerges while I'm working on it. You understand, like, oh, this is why they have these sort of like rooftop shapes. And because I'm developing this type of an architecture style, that's why the doors are gonna be shaped this way. Would all of those pieces of information like immediately flow to your brain if you had that sort of like insane speed and skill to put the painting together in just a few minutes? I don't think so. And I think that's the reason why some people appreciate art, that they appreciate that somebody has spent so much time around this one subject matter and open up a door to a kind of like a deeper level to think about that thing that they are now seeing the results of right in front of them immediately. It's a way to have all of that time and processing on that one subject in a very quick way, like one point of view. And I think that's where the humanity in your art comes from. And when you're seeing someone's art, you're not just seeing them depict a building, like you're seeing basically their worst fears, or in my case, often like my utopia, what I wish that like architecture would look these days. it makes no sense that the frame is behind the window itself. Okay, now we have one window that we can repurpose for everything. So I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm going to need the originals, so I'm gonna keep them here. And you can transform multiple objects at once, or multiple layers. You just need to have them all selected. Actually, I want to do that on both sides, so I'm just gonna get to the transformation in a second. Okay. In these sort of situations, the setup always takes so long, but once the multiplications start coming in, then you can really see the benefit of working in a smart way. gonna continue this with just a wooden bit underneath. Just gonna slap this in here. Hello, Jake. Nice to catch you live as always. I should paint. Yes, yes, you should paint. And that goes to everybody in the chat. Now that you see that I'm doing this process and how long it's taking, can you imagine how long it took me to transform all of the damn windows in the Pokemon garden video? The one for Legends ZA. That was an entire day of me just working on windows and another for working on all the trees. Even though so many of the trees are like just copy and pasted, they are still all pretty much like uniquely lit based on where they are, and the shapes are hand painted different. I'm moving all the window panes to the same layer. That way it's just easier for me to manage everything and find different components. I'm not sure where I'm going with that window, but maybe it will have a light in it. I don't know. I could also just use those wood frames to paint all of those elements bigger. I'm just doing individual brush strokes because that way I can get that sort of wood texture by just using the natural look of this extra drag bristles brush. Doing wood texture this way is like one of those things that to me is always fun. But whenever you need like a thinking pause, it's good to have like multiple different materials in your scene, because then you can use those as a way to still progress the painting, but just to reduce the scope of your decisions. Just make sure that when you're done doing that, that you eventually zoom out and start working on the worst part of your painting. Wow. There's Angry Mikko gift memberships happening. It's amazing. I've never seen that in any of these live streams before. Not sure if it has happened ever. Sorry if it has, but I've never seen that. The way you pick and develop colors is amazing, and the most difficult part of it all. Honestly, I lean on my palettes a lot. I didn't used to use palettes at all, but I've just noticed that in these live streams, it's so like relaxing to have a palette, and you can use this palette. I will upload the palettes later in the membership as well. But feel free to screenshot them like at any point. Like I don't, nobody owns colors. Like nobody owns color combinations even. So feel free to absolutely swipe them and use them for any paintings without crediting me. It's fine. I do like painting with these oil set brushes, but really the kind of like a big catalyst for me starting to develop the set in the first place was just because I like playing with color, like this thing that I'm doing right here, where I'm mixing these two things and then just color picking those results over and over. Like this part of the process, I will just never get tired of, like playing with color and kind of making it like just see how much more interesting that entire area is just like turning out to be after these mixes. This type of stuff that really isn't technical painting anyway. It's just building that texture. I don't need to think about every brushstroke and the direction. I am just building an interesting surface. That to me is the main thing that I'm doing when I'm doing this. And as a result, I get this very textured, cool surface that I can use for the painting. It sounds like it's very kind of purposeful and I'm going for a very specific end result when I'm doing this, but I can't stress enough how much I just enjoy mixing colors. Like when I'm doing my palettes, like that is literally it. Like they are just like different splotches of colors that I'm trying to make work together in some kind of like a ratio between each other. There's nothing else to it, and I just like doing that. Like when I don't have a painting idea, that to me is like something that I can always do. For example, when I'm watching TV or when I'm in a train or a bus, like basically any situation where I can't do like proper painting, I know that having a good palette to use later is something that I will just never regret, and in these live streams I can use them. And even if the palette isn't meant for a specific live stream, like sometimes they are just like random colors that I like it might seem like the palette was meant for a specific purpose, but sometimes the idea might even come when I'm mixing colors, like this type of a contrast between sky and clouds could be an interesting mood. And then when I start thinking about like, should I add grass colors or foliage colors? Should those swatches be separate swatches? Should I have some sort of like separation between the two so that that separation is like very clear? Or is it not important? When I'm thinking about those things as I'm developing a palette, then it's pretty easy to sometimes like sneak into the territory of like, oh, there could be a painting in here. But more often than not, it's just me messing with colors. It just happens to work for me. I don't know if I would recommend that to everybody, but if you enjoy it, lean into it. And I think that goes to everything. The joke was that I was gonna gift a membership and then ask for the link, but it just gave me my own gift. That's funny. How nice it would be to sit on one of those balcony veranda type things and sip on a coffee, eat a croissant, and doing art, soaking up the warmth behind the glass, and your pet sitting next to you. Actually, this kind of reminds me of the time when I was living in Portugal. It was a very tall building in the middle of nowhere. There was literally, and I am using the word literally in a way that it's supposed to mean like it actually happened. Literally, there was literally a farm of cows and chicken right next to this tall building. So it was like just being built. The floor above me wasn't built yet. The construction that building was under was a constant source of trouble as well, because there was no hot water. I sometimes had to like boil water so that I could wash myself. But on the balcony, I could drink coffee, and if I would move at the cows, they would sometimes move back. Every time when people ask me if I had to live somewhere that is not Finland, I always say that it would be Portugal. Easy answer. But I hope that these days they have better insulation. I've never felt the kind of cold that I did feel there. Finnish winter might be like technically colder outside, but our houses are so well insulated that I'm like basically sitting here in my underwear all winter without socks on. Thanks for coming, Andrew. Have you ever used other people's paintings as inspiration for your palettes? Yes. I sometimes go to this art museum called Atheneum, where like all the oldest paintings in Finland are. And there are sometimes paintings that I use as inspiration, but if I take a photograph, it's not really like color pickable, so you kind of have to like look at it and analyze like how would that translate, like what would that color would have looked like 100 years ago when there wasn't like 100 years of varnish yellowing and darkening that color, and kind of like do that version of the color on the swatch. The cool thing about those sort of like old oil paintings is that they don't have those sort of like super saturated, overexposed, blown out colors that anything that you see on Pinterest or Instagram would have, because those are completely useless for building a palette, or you have to do like a lot of like heavy lifting on your own to extract any value out of those. That's why I don't like really recommend using someone's like digital painting as a base for building a palette, because like those paintings are already edited. Like for example, if you go to my Instagram and screenshot a painting and do a palette based on that, those colors are not going to be usable for painting. If you look at any one of my live streams, the colors are super muted during the painting process, and that enables me to use that editing room in the final phase to kind of push the colors and bring them into this like one unified color harmony. But if you work with those super saturated, already edited colors, you're just gonna be painting yourself into a corner before you have even like properly begun your painting. So I don't recommend that. You can do it, like I'm not gonna stop you, but I provided so many free palettes in these live streams, so I don't even know why you would do that. You can also go to my Gumroad, and I have this master color palette collection that is 100% free. You don't have to pay anything for it, and I've also provided an entire video tutorial for free as well on how to learn color and how to read those swatches. So there's literally no reason to color pick my paintings, because there are so many like free ways to do it better so that you have more control over your painting and what you want to turn that into. I used to take my iPad outside, draw and just random paint. I need to start doing that again. CO ASMR22 is saying. That sounds nice. I think if Apple does some kind of useful upgrades to iPad, I would like that to be probably very anti-glare screen, and then just insane amount of luminosity to make that outside painting more fun, because glare can be bad. I have bought myself, I don't know if I can reach it behind me, but I bought myself one of these black canvas boxes for storing items from IKEA. So it's a canvas box that has a cardboard base. And the reason why I bought that box, I thought that if I put it sideways, I can easily fold it into this one black card. And if I put it sideways on my iPad inside there, I can hold the box in my lap and easily see my painting without the sun glare on the screen. And it costs €2. It's insanely useful. It can look quite dumb. But honestly, if you're an artist, you just have to at some point learn not to care what people think. Otherwise, they are never gonna let you make the kind of art that you really want to make. I'm still waiting for an e-ink device dedicated to drawing. I guess that would be a lot more useful outdoors for sketching. I think drawing outdoors is on an iPad so difficult that it's why not just have paper, honestly. E-ink sounds fancy, but I think those are pretty expensive. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I also just like drawing on paper. I don't think anything really comes close to that same texture that you can get from graphite. Is it worth learning to build color palette by intuition? You should know how light and shadow colors are made. I've made so many videos on this that I think there's literally no reason not to understand how to turn a local color into a light version of that color and a shadow version of that color. So absolutely. Once you learn that, then like of course choosing local colors based on intuition, definitely go for it. But in a palette, I think it is useful to have a shadow colors or light versions, at least 2 swatches, where one of those is a local color, to make the palette useful, so it's not just random swatches, that they actually have. Like when you look at your palette, you understand how to use them. Tired Finnish Dad is saying, my wife got me an amazing set of Sennelier pastel pencils for Christmas. Just love the feel of them. Yes, I think pastel pencils also have a very satisfying sound when you use them. Whenever I get myself like a new set of any sort of like traditional tools or colors, every time I open like one of those boxes, I always have this sort of like impending doom feeling. It's like, look at this now, because you will never be able to hold them in such great order, neatly organized by color and value in these beautiful rainbow gradients. It's gonna be 2 seconds into a process and the entire thing is gonna be a mess. I wish I wasn't like this. do the fence on a separate layer, because here I can go into the grid mode, edit drawing guide, 2D grid, assisted drawing. Do I need to see the grid? Maybe for this small bit. Am I on an empty layer? Yes, I am. You can just use the grid to have somewhat even spacing of these beams. But because I am placing them by hand, there's going to be like some natural jitter in there, and that's what I want. Whenever doing variation by hand is easier, I try to go for it. Shadow is going to be on the right side, so I'm just going to do that here. Oh. We're going to see some of the underside of that handrail. Leave that dark part in there. I think this might be enough for the entire thing, just to make sure that it's reaching across the entire thing. I'm gonna pull this in here. It's a little bit offset. Well, who cares? I think I need 2 of these, but maybe I can just like fake it by copying it. This is the perspective it's gonna be in, so I'm just gonna use the edge of the building as a reference point for that. Okay, and then pull it into place. The bottom half was so not in perspective. I think that's a little bit closer. Okay. I'm gonna add this to the base shape by doing this. Because it was a clipping mask, the building was cutting it off. Now I can see the whole thing. Trying to find a color for this door. I don't know how visible it needs to be, but it needs to be a little bit visible. I don't understand what that square is I see in here, so I'm just gonna go into the original layer and look at it. Okay, it's a very deep indent in there. I'm not gonna preserve those lines anyway, so I'm not gonna care about those. But they are interfering with my painting, so I need to get rid of them in this part. The SketchUp lines are not gonna be like pleasant looking noise, so I usually start painting them away as soon as like are not useful anymore. And one trick that I do, like if the entire painting kind of like falls apart when I take the line layer off, is that you can go to your line layer and just give it like a Gaussian blur. Just have like a hint of darkness in those corners, because usually some kind of like an ambient occlusion edge over there would work anyway. And then you can just erase that effect away from just those areas that don't look better that way. Procreate guy. I'm not a Procreate guy. I'm just a concept art guy who likes doing the videos with Procreate. That's it. But I'm not a Procreate guy. Sorry. Procreate is just a tool like all other tools for art. I always say that like it doesn't really matter if you're not using Procreate or digital painting, all the applications are the same. I'm not gonna say that all traditional tools are the same, because in the art school that I went to, like we studied oil painting for 3 years, and there's just so much like technical stuff in, like you need to know so much like about the materials of the paint, like, and different colors of the paint to use them effectively, that I'm not gonna say that oil colors are like all other paints, because I don't think they are. And I don't like drawing digitally. I don't. I pretty much like love painting digitally, but I don't enjoy drawing digitally at all. Like for me, when it comes to digital painting, it's really painting. That is my thing. But for drawing, I get so much more design work done faster and with more precision on paper that I appreciate and like people who do digital drawings, but I'm not that person, and I don't think I'm ever gonna be that person. Oh, to stay organized, make a swatch card in order the materials came in, including the name or number of said material. That way, you can always organize it back the way that it came after you finished. I would love to see my boyfriend replying to that, because I'm pretty sure that he would say that, like, yeah, Nico is not able to like, on a functional level, Nico is not able to like be that organized. It would be lovely if he was, but he's not. I'm pretty sure that he would say that immediately. Tired Finnish dad is describing the pastel pencils. Just love the color and depth. I'm quite new to all kinds of art, so don't have a wide base to review. They are handmade and feel amazing. Just started to make stuff again after 15 years. That's amazing. So you used to make more art, I assume, and now after all this time, creativity just didn't leave you alone, which I think is amazing. Or you find your way back to it. I think everybody has creative ideas, but if you don't kind of respond to those ideas and never do anything about them, they start pestering you less. So when you take a long break and then come back to art, in the beginning, it might seem that like you're not as creative as you thought you would be. But it's amazing when you just start converting those ideas into paintings, no matter what their quality is. You kind of like rewire your brain into this mode of like accepting new creative ideas in the future as well. And then you become that creative person who has lots of original ideas all the time, and too many to paint all of them even. It's one of those things that like it's like a resource that the more of it that you use, the more of it you have. Wilvinka is saying, I had to learn that too, to be organized. Yes, it takes a lot of restraint not to dive in and use the materials. Yeah, restraint that I wish that I had. I mean, if you saw the camera of the mess that is behind me with like all kinds of like old sketches and artwork and paintings in like one huge pile, I don't know what to do with that. with all of those, it's overwhelming. I'm so overwhelmed by the amount of art that I have. I just don't know where to put it. Like, does anybody there want a sketch or a painting? I can send you one. Should I do like a shop for oil paintings? Like, do you want to buy Angry Mikko original oil paintings? Can you sell stuff through Instagram? If that worked, I would probably do it. I need the money. I know how to do the tax stuff on like single purchases, but I wouldn't know how to do like a web shop. Like if I had a website for the paintings that are on sale, like I would not know how to make that stuff automatic. Maybe I should have a website for my oil paintings and traditional artworks, and then have some kind of like contact me if you're interested in buying it. Would that work? Or is it just too much? I guess people just want to click something and get it right away. It will probably limit the sales quite a bit. What happened to my sky? Is this it? I accidentally turned that layer on. I know that this painting idea is one of those that just takes a lot of time, but I'm not too worried because I'm pretty happy with the base already. I have the knowledge that that 3D frame is in there that is going to save me from absolutely losing my way with the different lines. And once there's enough information, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna feel like really satisfying to see a place starting to feel like a place. even when you trust the process, sometimes it just feels like, is this really like gonna be worth it? But I think part of like developing your skills is just learning to sit with that uncomfortable middle. You develop this sort of resilience to that feeling, which I think is pretty amazing. It's not that you feel like more confident that you can do it the way that you eventually want to finish the painting. But at least for me, I feel way more okay with just like the feeling of the painting not looking great at this moment. I also think it has a lot to do with me doing so much running. Like with running, the most interesting part about the whole thing to me is that those sort of like mental games that you need to get good at when you run long distances. At some point your brain just starts coming up with like cheap excuses on why you should quit running. Just out of nowhere. But you have to deal with that kind of resistance in so many different areas in your life. I think just with running, it becomes in such a like concrete way. Just using the Rake texture of this brush by just lightly grazing over the surface of the painting to create that wood looking effect. I could also try to find some sort of darker accents in these edges. I've been sort of thinking of doing more concept artwork again. I'm not 100% sure if it will happen, but it might. There's a chance of that. I think I'm gonna then really enjoy doing this sort of like single painting, everything is self-contained projects more. So when you're doing concept art, you're focusing on like one single thing for such a long time. Is it kind of messy if there's a balcony behind there? I think it's kind of messy, so I'm just gonna get rid of it completely. I just thought that there could be like a wraparound balcony on that corner, but from this angle with that rooftop in front of it, it just doesn't read. I have so much to do. 30 minutes, who knows? Maybe the stream could go longer. "24-hour stream, you can do it." Even if I could do it, I know for a fact that my iPad could not do it. It would overheat at some point. Before it shuts itself down, I think the first thing that the heat will do to iPad is that it will say that it's not gonna charge until it's cooled down. If I just keep painting, it's not gonna have a chance to cool down. If I did a 24-hour stream, I would need to do a stream where I kind of switch between different tasks. So I could do like pixel art, maybe draw on pencil on paper with the overhead camera. I think it would be fun. I kind of want to do the 24 thing someday. Maybe it's just the endurance aspect of it intrigues me. I don't know if I would be that entertaining to watch after 24 hours, but I think it would be like fun way to break myself. I mean, nobody is training for marathon if they don't feel like there's some kind of like morbid curiosity towards like seeing those like edges of yourself, like when you reach some kind of a limit. I think there's something inherently interesting about that to me. Arthathon event for a sun goal. Perhaps you can use Autodesk Sketchbook on PC for a marathon stream. Or just Photoshop. I mean, I have 3 graphics tablets. 2 cheap ones and 1 expensive. Yep. That's a possibility. I kind of would like the variety of like doing pixel art in between painting sessions. It would be a welcome change of pace for my brain after painting so long that the iPad taps out. I have so much to paint in this stream. It's really one of those things where I absolutely did not think about like how long this idea would take. But hey, I'm not doing the same thing every time. Really didn't think that I would be like challenging myself with this idea at all. I honestly thought that this would be like quite easy, but it's proving to be quite a lot harder than I thought. I think the biggest design challenge that I am like constantly looking at the building and just like trying to have like different variety in pretty much every section of the building, and I think that's this sort of like child Mikko version of me that like finds it like super cool. in a truly childish way. Like if I look at this, I feel like this is the place where like interesting characters live that go on interesting adventures. That's the reason why I like designing the different types of windows. I think because like this section is so tiny, it's not really like extruding out from the building that much. It's basically on the level of a normal window. There's probably just like a small shelf on waist height over there. So I think I wanna change that sort of grid a little bit because it needs to look different to the other windows in framing because the scale is so different. I'm using the brick work as a perspective guide here. I didn't want to enable drawing assist for this because I can follow the existing perspective lines in the 3D model, And every time I kind of like make some accidents that like go off that grid, it's making the building look less like a clinical looking box. So sometimes I am going like not intentionally, but sometimes I'm making perspective mistakes. And I could avoid it by just putting on the drawing assist and adjusting a vanishing point for it. But I think it kind of like results in a different look that for this painting I don't want. I think this is my 3-hour mark warning, which I'm just gonna have to be okay with. Insert Rocky type Angry Mikko Artathlon training montage here. Yes. I think the training montage would be just me eating a lot of bagels. Wouldn't that be the ideal way to prepare? I don't know how you would prepare for something like that, except No, I think the way that I would prepare for it is that I would prepare myself like different types of like mini goals for the art stream. So that, for example, for the next 4 hours, my goal is to achieve X, Y, and Z. So that I would have some kind of like a schedule. And I guess like that could also be a way to make it more interesting for people who are watching to see like what's coming up. Or I will tune back in 2 hours when this thing is happening. It would be really difficult to hit goals for like when any piece of artwork is supposed to be finished though. There would have to be some kind of like baked in leeway time, otherwise it would just fall apart really quickly. I think there could be some kind of like an alternative exit over here and maybe some stairs leading down. I guess I should just sketch them on the cliff itself. Can I do that? Maybe it could be like very like steep set of stairs, kind of like not for common use. But let's say that there's a problem with the bridge, for example, that you need some kind of like an alternative exit route. I'm thinking of those mountaintop kind of like steps where you can tell that like this doesn't feel super safe. Where is the railing for any of this? It will be Vivi. I think Vivi would also be screaming at some point. If I did a 24-hour art stream, I mean, I would like physically have to get up and take Vivi for a walk at some point. Maybe I could like arrange it so that my boyfriend would go on the longer walks. But you can do like 15-minute breaks on an art stream, right? Not that I go on such short walks with Vivi, but I would also need to like get coffee, go to the bathroom, just stretch my legs a little bit. I think those sorts of breaks would surely have to be like part of a 24-hour stream. Why am I even like thinking about 24-hour stream when the longest stream that I have ever done is probably like 5 hours or something? Why not just start with like 10 hours or 12 hours in the beginning and see if I can even do that? Like, what's the point of like going straight to the most extreme version of what a stream could possibly be? I think the stairs are like sort of slowly coming in. I think this entrance or exit would be really cute if it had tons of like these small flower pots on the steps as well. These are the type of decorations that you just have to have patience with. Once you have enough of them, you will start feeling like it's all coming together. They also break up that kind of overwhelming amount of brick in the painting, make it slightly more interesting than just one single texture. They also give value contrast in these sort of areas. I could have a little bit more that fancy green out there in the distance. I blurred it and then I reduced the opacity. That means that I can still have some of that nice brushstroke texture in the sky. The main entrance door really is not that impressive. I think that could use a little bit more work. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right away, but definitely it's on a future checklist at least. I've been writing in the past few days this video about painting without a plan, and even though I have a plan, I think one of the things that might be useful to add to that video is that doing time estimations in a painting for like how long the work is gonna take is a pretty difficult task. Even when you know the exact steps needed to get there. Let alone when you don't know what you're gonna make. Just factoring that in a painting session when you don't know what it's gonna turn into, I think can make the entire session more enjoyable. I think every time that you have a lot of expectations of what you need and want your art to be, your creativity is just like not interested in that game, at least in my experience, almost ever. It would rather do its own thing and not have you put all this pressure on it. I think at 4 hours I'm gonna need to pull the plug and finally go to sleep. But I think I'm getting to the phase where I can just like freely add small details, and it's in that phase where it's really difficult to stop. I mean, I thought about stopping like probably an hour ago, but now I'm just getting to the good part. I just kind of want to keep going. I forgot to put a threads or even a blue sky announcement for this live stream. Oops. For this bigger mass of foliage, I'm gonna color pick some of these colors and then do like more detailed mass of leaves near the foreground, and then just copy and paste that. So for that purpose, I'm building as generic of like a round angle towards the light source type of a texture that I can do. And once it's starting to look like something that I want to use, I'm just going to duplicate that. Put that as a clipping mask. And then angle these duplicates in place. And same for shadows. Just to get quick progress. You can always go back and do more like hand painting on the areas that you want to and paint more. But I think it's good to start from a place where you just have enough of the area covered with the intended look as possible, rather than spend an entire day doing details one way and then in the end realizing that, oh, this is not actually the look that I want to go for at all. That can be pretty demotivating. That's definitely happened to me, especially with foliage. It's easy to go overboard with the details and just assume that a certain level of information is needed. am I doing on time? I have 20 minutes. It's fine. I sometimes have like really difficult time concentrating on like one task for a long period of time. But when I'm painting, I never get that. I can just keep going until I'm like incredibly thirsty and hungry and it's completely forgetting myself here doing this work. Hello, Caio Santos. Sorry for butchering your name. I don't know if it's better to try or just fail. Who knows? At least, like when people try to say my name, I'm never offended when people say it wrong. I think it's fine. I think it's better when people try. Not that my name is so difficult to pronounce or pronouncing it wrong. It's some kind of like an obscene thing anyway. I'm not that fussy about it. But I don't know, some people might be. You make it look so easy.
Well,
We are now at 3 hours 43 minutes, so does it still look easy? I guess if somebody would kind of like show up here, like I'm just gonna see how this painting is done. It's like, how long is this video? Dear Lord. Can we please have like some part of this soundtrack that is not as ominous for the end? Something uplifting, please. Can you show a time lapse? I wanna see how it started. You can just like scroll through the entire video, but in the video, in the time lapse, you won't see how this was created, but in the beginning of this live stream, you can see it. So here is the 3D base that I built for this. Whoa. I'm gonna turn it off. And then on that simple base, from the very beginning of this stream, I started just like painting over this whole thing. And now we're here. I heard Finnish dad is saying, my name causes deep sighs when I go abroad and check into a hotel. Next question is, are you Finnish? No. I wonder what kind of like a Finnish name could be the most difficult one. Could be something like Jussi or Tommy or Tommy are usually pretty difficult as well. Like maybe Tommy is more difficult because of the double consonant. Silvinka is saying, I have a Dutch last name and Dutch people can pronounce it, not write it properly. Yeah, I think Dutch people take the prize in this competition. Isn't there also like some kind of a legend that like during World War II, the Dutch would ask to say some location in Dutch, because they would be able to tell if someone is a spy if they can't pronounce it correctly. Battery on Tired Finnish Dad has said, it's time. Yes, I think in 9 minutes I'm gonna say it's time for me as well. This live stream has been really long, but I'm gonna paint my damn birds because I feel like it. Thank you so much, Tired Finnish Dad, for saying that you've been painting here. Like, I think that's super amazing, and I hope that you enjoy your new pastel pencils. That sounds like an exciting thing to start exploring. And now that you're a member, like, please show your pastel pencil work on our All Art channel as well. Do you enjoy manual painting? And so, what is your favorite medium? Well, I really like these sort of like wash colors that I have, but I guess I'm obligated to say that my real love is oil painting. And yeah, if I had to choose like just a medium to paint with for the rest of my life, it would be oil paint, because you can't get, like, you physically cannot get that look with any other color. I know that, like, I've started absolute wars with some people who are into acrylics, but like the depth of the color, like that you can see through the different layers if you're using the qualities of oil paint correctly, and you're not kind of like killing the paint when you're rubbing it in. You can get the kind of like effect with light and the way that it pierces through the different layers of oil paint that aren't possible with other traditional mediums. No, thank you, people, for this moment, or all of these moments that you've been here during this. It's been just amazing. This is so satisfying. This is why you don't want to kind of like peek at your highlights too early on, because then you can do this kind of cool stuff. And it's fun every time. Welcome back, Dev Brown. I wonder if like I was painting during your entire work shift or something. That goes to show how long I've been sitting here. Not the kind of information anybody needs to be exposed to, but I didn't need to go to the bathroom even once. Just goes to show how incredibly dehydrated I am after that 16k run. Absolute husk of a human being. Here I just wanna leave some color for the clouds, then take out that green and favor more red. Take out some of that blue as well. I think all of these effects can probably be dropped on just like one single layer of just the building and have the foliage be separate. And then I think I have enough detail in right orientation that I could just do the polish layer on top of everything. I don't want the different layers to look like they're kind of like copy pasted bits and pieces. You've been painting half of my shift. Okay. Well, this is my work. Good work. Okay, I should say that I will stop at 4 and I'm still here and doing this. Which is not good. I really should stop. I really like these brush strokes. Looks like there's a beach behind this house. I think that's a nice thought. It would be nice to think that they can look outside these windows and then there's sea. Maybe the seagulls are that Like, I was kind of thinking that too, but yeah, I think that kind of like subconsciously peaked into Apple Pencil is at 7%. So I think this is it. Also, I've painted so much that my hard drive is full. That's 2 terabytes of video now. Good night, everybody, or good morning, depending on where you are. I don't know if I should apologize for this live stream being so long, but I really like it. I also feel like I should apologize when I did like my work, but I made it for 4 hours, damn it, and 27 minutes of 3D modeling. I'm allowed to like it. I can hear that my voice is absolutely going now. Yeah, it's cozy. This is one of those things that when I look at it, I can almost like hear the ambient sounds in the scene. So that to me is a sign that I got to the place. I finally got to the place that I was going to with this piece. I have no words, and I probably shouldn't have any, but just thank you everybody who joined this stream. Thank you to all the new members, and thank you to everybody who just like popped in to say hi. It's always so much fun to paint with you. I mean, I've been alone here in this house all day, but I don't feel at all lonely. I just feel like I did some art with my friends. I don't know if that's weird, but that's how I feel. Okay, I'm gonna go and bother Vivi, who surely is in deep sleep by now. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye!